So, good morning, everyone. So, today we will be starting with the revision classes of competitive marketing. So, before we move ahead, I'll share the structure with you. That is how we are going to take up these 5 hours of the session of competitive marketing for the revision class. So, initially, we are going to talk about through the presentation. We are going to walk through all the units, all the 5 units that we have studied during the course that are there in our syllabus, that are there in the SLM. So we are going to touch upon all the important topics, all the important points of the 5 units that are there. Then we'll have some amount of break in between, and then we'll run through our self-learning material. We'll run through our SLMs, and I'm going to take you through the SLMs and connect you to the major points that we have studied over the revision class, over the classes that we have done. And then uh, I'm going to discuss certain questions, certain important questions, the type of questions, how do you attempt the questions in the theory exams, how do you attempt the case studies, and I'm going to take up the queries that are there. So I hope the presentation is visible to you all. I hope the presentation is visible. So before I move ahead, let me just scroll you through the syllabus, through the units that we have in the subject called competitive marketing, so that you can better map those topics, those subjects to the slides, to the PowerPoint presentation that we will be taking up today, and then mapping it again through our SLMs and then taking up the queries. Okay. So I'm sharing the syllabus for your understanding before we move ahead in the class. Okay. So yeah, this is our subject MBAFT 7603. So in this subject we have talked about the competitive nuances. Why is competition, what is competition, why is competition necessary when we talk in terms of marketing. We are going to learn a lot of theoretical models and then map those theoretical models in the competitive landscape. We are going to talk about the strategies to outwit competition, and also analyze those strategies that we are doing, and then how do we create a competitive advantage over our rivals, right? So unit 1, we are going to talk about competition. We are going to talk about the basic details, basic terminologies that we use in competitive marketing, that we use in the analyzing the competition. We are going to talk about price and non-price competition, direct, indirect competition, different types of market, commodity, business, service, nature of competition, and in detail we are going to talk about the Potter's five forces. Unit 2 is moving from the basics to a certain different level. In unit 2 we will be talking about competitive marketing strategies, understanding the competition, outwitting the competition, out maneuvering the competition, outsmarting the competition. Then we are going to talk about competitor learning, competitor analysis. Then we are going to talk about value chain analysis, what are alliances, networks, capabilities, competencies, assets, and assumptions. Then in unit 3, we will be talking in detail about the various tools like GE and BCG matrix, the portfolio matrix, Potter's strategy, Ansoff matrix, and all these things. Fourth unit, we will be talking about the growth strategies. What are the strategies that we take up while we are entering a new market? Okay, so all these things we are going to take up in the
उसको देख ले, उसके पास जो संसाधन है उसका आकलन कर लेना चाहिए, तभी जाके नाटक को करना चाहिए। ठीक है, ऐसा ना हो कि हमने नाटक सिलेक्ट कर लिया, लोग
so yeah, fourth unit we are going to talk about the various strategies, growth strategies, market warfare strategies, and all the kind of strategies we have talked about. And in unit 5 we are going to talk about tactical operational decision making, We are going to talk about how do we implement the 4 P's of marketing, the 5 P's of marketing in the competitive analysis. What are the emerging strategies? So these are the topics that we are going to take up in today's class, and not necessarily in the order that are mentioned in your syllabus, but definitely we'll be touching upon all the topics that are there. And then we would after that we would be again uh, running through the presentations. We'll be taking up all the important topics, then we would be connecting those topics to the SLM, and we are going to discuss the questions, we are going to discuss the doubts, and we are going to talk about the various things. So I see a hand raising up. Any doubt? Any doubt? So yeah, let me share the presentation with you all now.
कहने का मतलब ये है कि जैसे मान लीजिए राम
So I hope you're able to see the presentation. So we are going to move it. So we are going to talk about in today's class, in the first part of the presentation, we are going to talk about the what our mission, what is a mission, what is a mission, how do we first analyze that where as a firm we are standing. Only then we are able to competitively analyze our important uh, strategies relating to competition. Only when जब हम अपने आप को देख पाएंगे कि at the present where am I standing at from the competition point of view, only then I would be able to analyze the competition around me. So first and foremost, I should know what is a mission of my business. So mission is nothing but what is the purpose of your business. So, and the purpose is why does your business exist? So if I take the example of Coca-Cola, so Coca-Cola mission says to refresh the world in mind, body and spirit, to inspire moments of optimism and happiness through our brands and action. Second is Nike's mission. Nike's mission is to bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. Then we have Starbucks mission. Starbucks mission is our mission is to inspire and nurture the human spirit, one person, one cup, and one neighborhood at a time. Then Cisco's mission. Cisco's mission is truly dedicated to customer success, and it says that our mission is to shape the future of the internet by creating unprecedented value and opportunity for customers, partners, and stakeholders. Okay. Now, what is a vision? A vision is now very different from the mission. Mission is what is the purpose? What are we aiming to do? And mission is usually a short term thing. But when we talk of a vision of a business, vision is what we aspire to become, what we want to be at the what we aspire to be, or what we want to be, what the organization wants to be. That is the aspiration. So here we have certain visions of the business, like Google to provide access to the world's information in just one click, uh, Kraft, Heinz Foods to be the best food company growing a better world. Then we have Procter and Gamble be and recognize the best consumer products and service in the world. So these are the vision statements that we talk about, right? Any doubt till now anyone has? Any doubt anyone has till now? Okay, so we should know what is a mission and what is a vision of a firm. Then another thing that is very important while we are diving in through the topic of competitive marketing, another term that we should know is a value of a business. So values are the guiding principles of an organization. What are the principles that the organization strive for? What are the principles that the organization looks for? That is the value of a business. So it could be the guiding principles of the organization. So here again we take up the examples of various firms like Harley Davidson. It says that our core values, it is comprising of integrity, accountability, encouragement, creativity, inspiration and teamwork, individuality and diversity. Similarly, if we talk of Accenture's core values revolve around stewardship, the best people, the client value generation, one global network, respect and integrity. And so again, we should know what our business stands for. That is the value. What is the guiding principle for the organization? That is the value. So this is another important term that you people should know while studying, while taking up this subject. So again, why is it so necessary to have a strong mission, to have a strong vision statement, to know about the values? So mission is the reason, it is the purpose to go out of the bed, it is the purpose for which the organization is striving. So it is giving you a purpose for which the organization is there. Vision is the beginning of a strategy. It is giving you a direction कि हमें कहाँ पे जाना है. Unless and until I have a strong vision in my head, I will not be able to know that where do I have to go, where do I have to reach. So vision is again a very strong statement. And values are basically the side rails, they are the supports that would help me while I am developing and executing those strategy. So this is how important the vision, mission and value is for a firm. So now again, why, what are the various factors, what are the foundational ingredients of a firm when we talk of a gaining a competitive advantage? So here we are talking about competition. Here in the further sessions we would be talking about how do we deal with competition, how do we, what is competition. So उस competitive advantage को, what is a competitive advantage? Competitive advantage is that one uh, thing in the organization that is taking me ahead of my competitors. So that one thing could be anything. That one thing could be your pricing, that one thing could be your differentiated expertise in certain area. So to achieve that competitive advantage, there are certain foundational ingredients that every company should have. So first and foremost, a company should have a very inspiring vision and mission statements. Now why do the vision and vision statements have to be inspiring? Because unless and until the company, the employees of the company, the competitors around do not know that what do we stand for and what are we aiming at, the whole purpose, the whole uh, work that we are doing to gain that competitive advantage goes through the drain. So we have to be very clear in our vision and mission statement. Secondly, the vision and mission statement.
अब देखिए क्या है, हमने क्या करा, सबसे पहले नाटक को, स्क्रिप्ट को देखा, हमने उसको पढ़ा, हमने उसको समझा.
And secondly, My mission and vision statements, they have to be backed by strong ethical values. It is not that we just have a mission and a vision statement. Our value system, the firm's value system, as we said, the value system is basically the rails that the supporting rails that the firm has to achieve and implement the strategy to gain a competitive advantage. Yes, our mission and vision statement has to be very ethical and it has to be supported by values. My mission and vision statement, they have to be consumer oriented. So again, agar hum, if we talk about marketing in today's world, if we talk about marketing in the present century, so we are focused a lot into the achieving the customers. We are not focusing into achieving what uh, is there. We are talking about, constantly talking about customer orientation, understanding the problems of the customer, identifying the problems of the customer. So our mission and vision statement, if I have to have that competitive advantage, I need to be very oriented, I need to be very well defined with the customer orientation the company is offering, and the problems of the customers need to be defined. I have to be a solution giver to the customers. I cannot just not keep the customers in mind and develop my strategy. So my strategies to achieve a competitive advantage should be focused around the customers itself. Again, all these strategies that I'm building upon, all these mission vision statements that I'm building upon, they should be ultimately related to the goal of the organization, which is related for achieving the success. So there has to be a strong correlation between both these things. Now another important thing is my strategy, my competitive strategy that I am talking about, it has to be very agile, it has to be very flexible, because we are as a company not living into isolation, right? We are living in a competitive world, and that is the reason that we are dwelling into deeper into the subject of competitive marketing. So my strategy has not to be rigid. It cannot be like I have decided on promoting my product digitally this time, and probably my competitors, if I see the competitive landscape, my competitors are not doing that way. There is another strategy, there is an implementation of AI, AR in the environment. But as a company, I am not very agile, I am not very flexible to do so. So I cannot be so rigid in strategy development. I have to be very strong when I am developing my strategy. I have to be very flexible, because in the further as we move ahead into the subject, we will be talking about the pestle analysis, the political environment, social, technological, economic and legal constraints. So we have to be, we are surrounded by a very fluid, by a very agile environment, and our strategy has to be adapted to that. Otherwise we would be left behind, we would be left way behind in the competition, and we as a company would not be able to सर्वाइव उस ये भूल जाओ कि हम एक कॉम्पिटेटिव एडवांटेज को गेन कर पाएंगे. अगेन फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए. फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी क्यों होनी चाहिए? क्योंकि कंज्यूमर की नीड्स इवॉल्विंग है, कंज्यूमर की नीड्स चेंजिंग है. टू मीट दैट माय स्ट्रैटेजी हैज टू बी वेरी फ्लेक्सिबल so as to get a competitive advantage. And my external environment, my external opportunities uh, are changing, so I have to be very vigilant of that also. And overall my strategy, it has to be a very effective process. So these are the certain terms which would form the basis, which would form the backbone of the competitive marketing strategy that we are going to take ahead. So you should be very clear of these terms, because these terms would be used whenever we are moving ahead and talking ahead in this subject. Now whenever a company is strategically analyzing the competition, it has to do an internal analysis first. So that is known as the performance analysis. So a financial analysis of all the things are done, like the profit margin ratios, we do a financial analysis. So all these things, these are not a part of the marketing syllabus, but just to let you know कि हम क्या क्या करते हैं, we understand the various ratios like the debt ratios which you have must taken up and studied in accounting. So this is all done while we are analyzing our competition, and we are taking up and understanding where do I stand as a company. So I do a lot of ratio analysis, I do profitability ratios, efficiency ratios, leverage ratios, liquidity ratios, marketing capitalization, and compare it with my competing firms, and then try to understand कि हम as a company कहाँ stand कर रहे हैं और हमारी firm कैसे कर रही है. So this is another important thing that the company does. But for our syllabus, it is beyond our syllabus, and I hope you have done all these things in your uh, finance classes and accounting classes. So we analyze the financials also for the industry, compare where are we standing, where is our standpoint, and then we chalk our strategy कि हम क्या क्या नया कर सकते हैं. So these are the strategic issues. This is a kind of charting that a company does कि अभी हम कहाँ stand कर रहे हैं, and what are the things that our competitors are doing, and then we start filling those things. Okay, so the importance of data is very important when we talk of competitive marketing. So I hope यहाँ तक सबको clear है, कोई doubt नहीं है किसी को. So let me just move on to the next slide. Just give me 2 minutes. So I take you to the next slide. Okay. So yes, I am sharing another slide with you. So here we are going to talk about other things. So I hope the screen is visible to you. So now we have understood the basic nuances, the basic terms that we should take up in understanding the company, understanding the competition, and we have also learned on the various ways कि हमें क्या क्या करना चाहिए, क्या क्या understand करना चाहिए, अपनी strategy को किस तरह से develop करना चाहिए, so that I am able to get that competitive advantage. I am at a competitive position, I am in the market at a competitive position. But for that, as I have already discussed in the previous slide, कि first and foremost, अगर मेरे को competition को analyze करना है, if I am company A and I am there working in a entertainment industry, so unless and until I analyze where do I stand right now in the competition in the industry, I would not be able to develop sound agile strategies so as to beat the competition and be in the market. तो सबसे पहले हमारे को अपना एक internal analysis as a firm बहुत important होता है करने के लिए. So this slide it shows you कि company है, the company is there at the middle point, and now what is all the things that they are there which are uh, influencing the company's internal performance. So we have the political uh, things that are there, then we have economic uh, conditions, that we have social cultural conditions, legal conditions, environmental conditions, ecological conditions. So this is we called as the pestle analysis, right? Then we also have the various threats of entrants, threats of substitutes, um, threats of existing uh, suppliers, threats of competition. So all these things are there. So company needs to analyze all these things as it is moving into the domain. Now, uh, there are again certain things that the companies, while doing an internal analysis, they should be very much aware of. What are resources? What are resources? The resources are the assets that the company can draw when it is crafting and executing a strategy. So whatever the company is owning, whatever the company has, that are the resources of the firms, that are the company is own कि क्या own करते हैं. So these resources, they can be tangible, intangible, and they can be human. Then we talk about the capabilities. Now what are the capabilities? Capabilities are the organizational and managerial abilities which the company has, which can help me employ my resources in a positive, in a better way, and deploy them strategically. So at the first end I have the resources, but capabilities are the firm's skills or the abilities which would help the company to utilize those resources, to utilize those processes strategically. So we can say that capabilities, they are born out of the resources that the firm has, and at the same time we can also say that uh, there can be two firms. There can be a firm A, there can be a firm B. They have a similar set of resources, but their capabilities might different. कि किस तरह से वो अपने resources को use कर रहे हैं, that thing might be different, and that through that they can definitely get a competitive advantage. Now these are the two terms. Now next we move on to core competencies. Now what are core competencies? Core competencies, they are the very unique strengths of the firm, and they are embedded deep within your firm. So, and these core competencies, they would allow the firm to differentiate its products and services from that of their rival, and help in making and help in generating a higher value for the customers when they are comparing it to the competitors. So these are the three terms that we should know: resources, capabilities, and core competencies. So in the diagram, we can say that how does a firm get a competitive advantage? The firm has the resources, and then they have the capabilities through which they are leveraging on those resources. That would become your core competencies. That are the things that will help you differentiate from another organization. So you have to leverage your core competencies, you have to execute them, put them into activity. Only then you are going to gain a competitive advantage. So again, अभी हमने बात की थी competitive advantage की, resources की. So we are going to talk about the examples for a better understanding, for a better clarity. So tangible resources, your tangible resources are your firm's property, plant, equipment, and cash. Intangible resources could be the knowledge, the skills of the firm, of the employees, a firm's reputation, brand name, rights to intellectual property, leadership traits, or a firm's culture. Now, what are capabilities? Capabilities का example हम ले सकते हैं that when we talk of Southwest Airlines, I hope you have all learned about, heard about this firm, Southwest Airlines. So Southwest Airlines is providing low cost airlines and they are operating on shorter distances. So Southwest Airlines, they have developed this capability of providing excellent customer service by building on their strong organizational culture. So here we see that the tangible and intangible resources for an airline industry would remain the same for all the companies, be it Emirates, be it Southwest Airlines, be it Virgin Atlantics. But how has the Southwest Airlines used it as a capability is that कि इन्होंने अपने organizational structure, जो strong उनका organizational structure है, उसको use करके एक stronger capability set को develop करने की कोशिश की है, which the other firms have not. So this is an example, a practical example of tangible, intangible resources and the capabilities. And the capabilities would then turn out to be your core competency and give you a competitive advantage for the same. I hope it is clear till now. Now, if I have to understand, I have to determine, I have to find out my internal standing, we talk about the RBV and the VRIO network. So RBV is your resource-based view. So again, we talk of our internal resource and capability, and हम पहले analyze करते हैं कि हमारे ऐसे कौन से stronger points हैं, क्या मेरे resources हैं, क्या मेरे जो capabilities हैं. We analyze them on 4 terms, and then we try to see that through those 4 things, can our resources and our capabilities that we possess are, will they be able to give us a competitive advantage or not. ठीक है? So according to RBV, a firm can achieve a competitive advantage if its resources and capabilities are valuable, rare, costly to imitate, and organized to capture value. Okay, so this is a kind of a decision tree. पहले हम अपना एक internal analysis करते हैं when we are trying to go into the market. We do an internal analysis कि हम competitive advantage कैसे gain कर सकते हैं, हम अपनी competing firm से कैसे better हो सकते हैं, right? So for that, what do? We run a resource-based view of the organization. हम अपने resources और capabilities को study करते हैं, and then we try to analyze it through the VRIO network, VRIO. तो resource-based view of the firm क्या कहता है कि my capabilities and my resources will be able to give me a competitive advantage if first they are valuable, if they are providing a certain value to the customers. Second, it is rare in the sense that my resources, that the resources which I as a company possess, the other competing firms do not have that resource or do not have that capability. It is so rare, right? Third, it is costly to imitate. Whatever resource and capability I am having as a firm, there are chances that my competing firms, that my marketing strategy could be copied by my competitors. So I have to see that the resources, the marketing strategies that I am following, they are very costly to imitate. They are not easily copyable. They are not easily imitatable. And again, all these could be organized to capture and give a certain value to the customers, right? So जब हम एक decision लेते हैं, so हम पहले check करते हैं कि first and foremost, this is a kind of a decision tree, or this is a model that the company takes up while it is analyzing its internal resources and capabilities. फर्स्ट हम देखते हैं कि हमारे रिसोर्सेज और कैपेबिलिटीज वैल्यूएबल हैं या नहीं है, कि ऐसी वो ऐसा क्या वैल्यू प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं कि वो मेरे कॉम्पिटिटर्स से बेटर हो जाए. अगर वो वैल्यूएबल है तो यस, देन वी मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट थिंग. Otherwise, no, it is not giving me any competitive advantage. Rather, it would give me a competitive disadvantage. Okay. Then secondly, is it rare? Yes, if it is rare, good, I move on to the next thing. Or no, then it is not going to give me any advantage. I would be at par with my competitors. My competitors would be having this kind of capabilities, but at the same time, I would be at par with my competitors. Third, if it is rare, then I ask another question: is it costly to imitate? If it says yes, then I move on to the next point. And if it is no, then definitely I could not get a sustainable competitive advantage, but temporarily I could get a competitive advantage till the time there is a competitor who can probably copy my resources, right? And then next we find out ki, is it organized to give value? If yes, then my resources and capabilities are able to give a sustained competitive advantage. Otherwise, they would be giving a temporary competitive advantage. So this is a kind of internal analysis that the company takes up while doing the competitive marketing analysis. It tries to understand कि किस तरह से हम एनालिसिस करते हैं और अपने रिसोर्सेज को एनालाइज करते हैं, अपने कैपेबिलिटीज को एनालाइज करते हैं विज द कॉम्पिटिटर्स, एंड आई वुड बी एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड कि वेदर और नॉट माय resources and capabilities are able to give a sustained competitive advantage or not. Is this clear to everyone till now? Is this clear to everyone till now? Any doubt anyone has, please ask me. Till now, we have talked about the mission, the vision of a firm, what is the value of a firm. Then we have talked about how can we strategize strategies, or what are the characteristics of my strategy so as to achieve a competitive advantage. Then we talked about resources, capabilities. Then we talked about intangible, tangible resources, and then we talked about the VRIO network. So this is basically a tabular form of the decision modeling that we have done. Is the resource and capability valuable? If it is no, then definitely it is going to be a competitive disadvantage for me. If the resource and capability I have is valuable, but it is not rare, then I would be at a competitive parity. I would not be at an advantage to another firm. If it is valuable, rare, but costly to imitate, I can give a temporary competitive advantage. If it is valuable, rare, and costly to imitate, but not organized to capture value, then it would be giving me a temporary competitive advantage. And if it fulfills all the three criterias, it is valuable also, it is rare also, it is costly to imitate, it is organized to capture value, then only I can get a competitive, sustainable competitive advantage. I would be at a long-term competitive advantage. My marketing strategies would be at a long-term competitive advantage vis-a-vis my competitors. Okay. यहाँ तक सबको clear है? If anyone has any doubt, I can stop here for some time and discuss. You can put your questions in the chat box. You can raise your hands if you have any doubt. Okay, then how can we create a sustainable resource-based advantage? I can put certain barriers to imitation, and it can be due to social complexity, casual ambiguity, and path dependency. So again, social complexity could be certain interpersonal relations within an organization, relation with suppliers and customers. There could be certain things due to casual ambiguity. It could be that causes of success are obscure and not imperfectly understood. And then we talk about the path dependency, accumulate learning and experience and historical circumstances. Now again, this is a diagram which is telling you that how does a firm analyze its resources and capabilities to get to understand and get a competitive advantage. Okay, to gather a competitive advantage. So first is we move on from the below. First, we identify the firm resources and capabilities using a value chain or a functional analysis. Value chain or a functional analysis we are going to take up in detail in the next slides. Then we try to explore the linkages between my resources and the capabilities. Okay. Then I evaluate my resources and capabilities using the VRIO, whether or not my resources and capabilities and my marketing strategies are going to give me a competitive sustainable advantage or not. Then what do? I develop the strategy. I develop certain strategic implications. uh, how can my resources and capabilities be exploited more efficiently and used more fully? How can I identify opportunities to outsource that activities that are performed better by other organization? How can my weaknesses be corrected through acquiring and developing resources and capabilities? So this is basically a theoretical framework that is developed, and we make use of the VRIO tool, we make use of the value chain to understand these things. Okay, now we can exploit the key strength. कौन से हमारे resources हैं जो कि हमारे को एक strength provide कर रहे हैं, they can be used more effectively and fully. How do I manage the weaknesses? Because once I have the strengths also, there could be certain resources, there could be certain capabilities which are giving me certain kind of weaknesses. So I have to identify the opportunities to outsource activities that can be better performed by other organization. And I have to understand that how can my weaknesses be corrected by acquiring and developing resources and capabilities. So now this is a small kind of exercise, 5 minutes you take. We have learned the VRIO network in greater detail. So let's take an example of Apple. So do a resource or capability analysis for Apple. So you have to identify 4 resources or any 2 or 3 or 4 resources or capabilities that you think the company Apple has, and then you have to analyze them as valuable, rare, difficult to imitate, and see कि वो कौन सी capabilities हैं जो कि Apple के लिए एक competitive advantage provide कर रही हैं. Is this fine with? Is this fine? Okay, so you can take up 5 minutes and do this exercise. So yes, if has anyone attempted, try to attempt the video analysis for Apple company. If you had to attempt this question in the examination that I've shared on the screen, कि हम capability analysis कैसे कर सकते हैं, कि we have to find out that what are the resources and the capability which the company Apple possesses, and through a video analysis. So हम कैसे कर सकते हैं? So for these type of questions, first either the capabilities or the resources that the examiner is looking for, if they are given in the question, there can be two possibilities कि yes, those resources and capabilities जो कि examiner चाहता है कि आप उसको analyze करो, वो आपको case study में या question में दिए होंगे. अगर नहीं दिए होंगे तो based on your understanding of the company, based on certain assumptions, you can take those things there in the answer. ठीक है? So if I talk about the company Apple, I can take up certain resources like financial resource. So we can say that the financial resources for the company Apple, they are valuable, but they are not rare. They are costly to imitate. Yes, they are exploited by the organization. So in this case, it would be a temporary advantage to the company. Okay. So financial resources valuable. Yes, they are valuable, but they are not rare. They are difficult to imitate and they are organized to capture the value. So yes, it can give you a temporary advantage in this case. Then we talk about the fixed assets. For the fixed assets, yes, they are valuable, they are rare, they are costly to imitate, and they are exploited by the organization. So it can give them a competitive advantage. If you talk about the human resource, they are valuable, they are rare, but they are not costly to imitate. They can be exploited by the organization. Yes, a competitive advantage can be given. Location, all the three things are yes, then it can be giving you a sustainable competitive advantage. Networking and partnership, all the 4 points are yes, then it can give a sustainable competitive advantage. If we talk about innovation, so it is a key thing for Apple. So first, yes, it is very rare to imitate, and imitation, it is quite difficult to do. Again, it can be organized to give the value to the organization, and hence it is a long term sustainable competitive advantage for Apple. Strong global presence, yes, again it is a strong sustainable competitive advantage. Marketing is a very strong point. All the three or four parameters are yes, also it helps to give a strong sustainable advantage. So this is how I have to take up the video analysis in the examination. First, I have to identify what are the resources that the company has. If I do not have a prior knowledge of the company, I can take up certain assumptions and then analyze it on the four ways and then summarize telling कि क्या क्या जो हमारे resources and capabilities हैं वो sustainable advantage देती हैं, क्या क्या कैपेबिलिटीज हैं जो कि कोई भी तरह का एडवांटेज नहीं देती, दे आर गिविंग मी अ काइंड ऑफ डिसएडवांटेज, and what are the resources and capabilities which can give me what do I say, a short term or a competitive parity, right? So these things could be there in your question, could be given by the examiner, or you could take up certain assumptions for the same. Okay. Any doubt anyone has till now, please let me know. So this was about, yes. Rishabh, you have any doubt?
Yes, ma'am. The resources, ma'am, you were saying that we have to take on our own, or it will be given in the question.
सी समटाइम्स वो आपको क्वेश्चन में दिए होंगे, ठीक है, जो आपको रिसोर्सेज एनालाइज करने हैं. सो देन यू हैव टू एनालाइज दोज रिसोर्सेज जो आपको क्वेश्चन में दिए हैं या केस स्टडी में दिए हैं. देयर कुड बी अनदर चांस जिसमें आपको नहीं दिए, जैसे अभी मैंने आपको एक क्वेश्चन दिया था, मैंने आपको बोला सिर्फ एप्पल कंपनी के बारे में करो. देन यू हैव टू टेक अप सर्टेन अजम्पशंस बेस्ड ऑन योर ओन नॉलेज एंड देन यू हैव टू एनालाइज दोज रिसोर्सेज. ठीक है.
Okay, ma'am.
एनी अदर डाउट?
No, ma'am.
ठीक है, तो अब हम नेक्स्ट टॉपिक में मूव कर रहे हैं, दैट इज योर वैल्यू चेन एनालिसिस. अगेन दिस टॉपिक इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम योर एग्जामिनेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. ओके, सो if you see the diagram here, so it says it was given by Michael Porter, and it says that the firm is majorly made up of two kind of activities. The two kind of activities, it is divided into the primary activities. The primary activities, they include your inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and service. Then we have the support activities. Your support activities include the firm's infrastructure, human resource management, technology development, and procurement, right? So there are primary activities and there are secondary activities which the firm is made of. So again, what is now the role of the value chain? So what will value chain help me? Value chain analysis, it is a mean of evaluating each of the activities in a company's value chain, and we can understand from the value chain that which of the activities are giving value to the company, which of the activities are providing cost to the company, which are value drivers, which are cost drivers, which would help me conduct cost reductions. So it is basically a breakage of all the activities that a firm does and evaluating those activities one by one. Okay? So conducting a value chain analysis, it prompts you to consider how each step is adding or subtracting value from your final product or service. And ये करने के बाद हमारे को दो important चीजें समझ आती हैं कि हम cost reduction कैसे कर सकते हैं. How can I make each and every activity in my supply chain more efficient and less expensive? तो हम cost reduction achieve कर सकते हैं और हम product differentiation achieve कर सकते हैं. Product differentiation हम कैसे achieve करेंगे? By investing more time and resources into activities like research and development, design or marketing, so that I am able to stand out in the market. So ये दोनों चीजें आपकी cost reduction और product differentiation, ये मेरे को मार्केट में एक कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज हेल्प गेन करने के लिए हेल्प कर सकता है. ओके, सो नाउ वी आर गोइंग टू ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड all activities that are shown here in the diagram one by one. So first let us have a look at the primary activities. So primary activities में हम बात करते हैं सबसे पहले inbound logistics. So inbound logistics, it would include all the activities which are related to receiving, to warehousing, getting the raw material, through the inventory management, sourcing of material, sourcing of components. ठीक है, यहाँ तक सबको क्लियर है? एनी डाउट? Anyone is having any kind of doubt here? Okay, so this is my inbound logistics. Next kind of activity is operations. Now at the very first point I have received my raw material. अब operations वाली activity में क्या होगा? It involves all the activities that are helping me turn the raw materials and components into the finished products. So that is my next primary activity, which is operations. Third is outbound logistics. So outbound logistics में क्या होता है? All the activities which are related to distribution, which are related to packaging, which are related to sorting, and shipping. So all these activities after my product is being made, so all these activities are considered into outbound logistics. Then we have the third kind of activity that is very important for our paper. So all the activities that are related to marketing, sales of product and services, including the promotion, the advertising, and the pricing strategies, that would come under your fourth kind of primary activity, that is marketing and sales. And then we have the service, which is basically your after sale service. So activities that take place after the product has been finalized. So it might include installation, training, quality assurance, repair, and customer service. So this was a brief understanding of your uh, primary activities. Now talking about the secondary activities. So secondary activities यहाँ पे अगर आप देखोगे, so these are all your, we also call them as the support activities, and these are the activities which are helping and supporting your primary activities, तभी हम इनको support activities भी बोलते हैं. So the first support activity is your procurement. So procurement are activities related to the sourcing of raw materials, components, equipments, and services. Then next pe hai, we have the technology development. Technology development are the activities related to research and development. So it includes a product design, or market research, process development, and all kinds of things. Then we have the human resource management. Human resource management are activities related to recruitment, recruiting the right talent, recruiting the right kind of talent in your organization, hiring the right people, training and development, their compensation, their retention. All these would come under the human resource management. And at the fourth point, we have infrastructure. So these are all the activities related to the company's overhead management, financing, and planning. Okay, so this was a brief about your primary activities, that are the basic activities that the firm has. Then we have the support activities that are supporting all the activities that are supporting your primary activities. यहाँ तक किसी को कोई डाउट है तो पूछ लो. Any doubt anyone has till now? Now we have understood what is a value chain, what are the components of the value chain, what is a value chain analysis, how does it help us to get a competitive advantage. We have talked about cost reduction and product differentiation. Now we should understand that why is value chain analysis important. So value chain analysis, it is a very essential part of our business analysis, and through the value chain analysis we are able to understand the sequence of activities that a firm is required to do to deliver a product or service. And in addition to optimizing budgets and establishing competitive advantage, value chain analysis can also be used for first the supply chain management. So how a value chain analysis can be used for supply chain management? So it can give insights onto how each component of the supply chain is adding value to the final product, and it can lead to better coordination between the suppliers and the logistics management. Secondly, it could also help us in a strategic decision making. So we can say because the value chain, it is providing an overview of the company's operations and interaction with external stakeholders. We can use that information in making strategic decisions regarding the partnerships, outsourcing, product development, market expansion strategies, and all other things. Thirdly, it could help me in improving the customer satisfaction. So all the insights that I gain from conducting a value chain analysis, it can use to enhance the quality of the product and customer service, and it can lead to higher customer satisfaction and loyalty. Innovation and development, It can lead to higher opportunities for innovation, like improving the existing processes, identifying new ways in which product can provide value to the consumer. Additionally, value chain analysis, it can also help to analyze company's environment and social impacts, and it can help the company have sustainable uh, practices, sustainable environmental practices, and improve the future, what do we say, carbon prints for the company. So this was about the advantages. Now we should learn, learn to analyze कि हम वैल्यू चेन एनालिसिस करते कैसे हैं किसी भी फर्म का. वैल्यू चेन एनालिसिस होता क्या है, क्या क्या एक्टिविटीज हैं, कैसे वो हमें कॉस्ट रिडक्शन और कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज देता है. दिस ऑल वी हैव स्टडीड. बट as a student, as a marketing student, or as a strategist, a marketing strategist, how would I do a value chain analysis for my company? So there are basically 3 steps. First is I identify my value chain activities. मेरी वैल्यू चेन में क्या क्या एक्टिविटीज हैं जो कि एक फाइनल प्रोडक्ट को बना पा रही हैं, मैं उसको आइडेंटिफाई करती हूँ सबसे पहले, और उनको प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी एक्टिविटीज में लिस्ट कर देती हूँ. So the first step is to conduct a value chain analysis. I have to understand all the primary activities that are going into my product or service creation. And अगर हम बात करते हैं कि एक कंपनी इज गोइंग इन फॉर क्रिएटिंग मोर देन वन प्रोडक्ट, ऐसा नहीं है कि हर कंपनी इज क्रिएटिंग जस्ट वन प्रोडक्ट. सो इफ अ कंपनी इज क्रिएटिंग more than one product, then I should do a value chain analysis for each and every product that a company is making. It should not just be limited to one product that the company is making. It is always beneficial to do a product by product value chain analysis. So this is the first step that I should take care when I am doing a value chain analysis. Okay. Next is I should determine activities. Second step of doing a value chain analysis is to determine activities, values and cost. So एक बार हमने अपनी प्राइमरी एक्टिविटीज, सेकेंडरी एक्टिविटीज को एनालाइज कर लिया कि क्या क्या है, अब हर एक एक्टिविटीज के साथ आई एनालाइज कि हर बिजनेस एक्टिविटी मेरे बिजनेस में क्या वैल्यू ऐड कर रही है और उसके साथ साथ क्या क्या कॉस्ट इन्वॉल्व है. सो वंस आई एम डूइंग इट, मैं हमेशा ये भी एनालाइज करती हूँ कि हर एक एक्टिविटी हाउ कैन इट इंक्रीज द एंड कस्टमर सेटिस्फेक्शन, हाउ कैन इट क्रिएट वैल्यू. ओके, कुड एक्टिविटी इफ आई एम आउटसोर्सिंग इट, उससे ज्यादा वैल्यू मिलेगी कि हम उसको इंटरनली करेंगे तो उससे ज्यादा एक्टिविटी मिलेगी. एंड अगेन all the costs that are associated should also be analyzed. This is the second step. Now the third step is, once you have compiled all the data which is analyzed, which is associated with each step, then what you have to do, we have to analyze it with the lens of कि क्या क्या activities हम competitive advantage gain करने के लिए achieve कर सकते हैं. So if I take the example, if my primary goal is to reduce the firm's cost, so I should evaluate each piece of my value chain from the lens of reducing the cost. I could identify कि कौन से steps are more cost efficient. कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं मेरी वैल्यू चेन में जो कुछ बहुत सिग्निफिकेंटली वैल्यू ऐड नहीं कर रही, तो हम उसको आउटसोर्स कर सकते हैं और उसको एलिमिनेट भी कर सकते हैं टू रिड्यूस द कॉस्ट. अगर मेरा गोल है कि मेरे को डिफरेंशिएशन अचीव करनी है, देन I could analyze from that lens कि कौन सी चीजें मेरे को डिफरेंशिएशन अचीव करने की कोशिश हेल्प करेंगी, and that is how I do a value chain analysis. Okay, so is this clear to everyone? What is the value chain? What are the two kind of activities in the value chain, your primary activities and the support activities or the secondary activities? What are the benefits of a value chain analysis and how do we do a value chain analysis? Any doubt to anyone? Because this topic is very important from your examination point of view also. In generally also you should be able to understand this topic. So again, you have to do a value chain analysis for Netflix, for Southwest Airlines. Can you do a value chain analysis for Netflix and Southwest Airlines? Just take 5 minutes and then we'll discuss the value chain analysis for Southwest Airlines and Netflix. So yes, if I have to do a value chain analysis for Southwest Airlines, what do I need to do? I need to first understand the various activities that are associated with the Southwest Airlines. So similarly, as I talked in the WRIN network, these activities could be given to you in your caselet. Otherwise, आपको एनालाइज करना है, आपको इस प्राइमरी एक्टिविटीज एनालाइज करनी है, सेकेंडरी एक्टिविटीज एनालाइज करनी है. देन यू हैव टू फाइंड आउट कि कौन सी वो एक्टिविटीज हैं. सो साउथ वेस्ट एयरलाइंस में it has embraced stringent and viable value chain in its endeavor, and जो उसकी ऑपरेशंस है और जो सप्लाई चेन साउथ वेस्ट एयरलाइंस का मार्केटिंग है, द कनेक्ट दैट दे हैव मेड विद देयर consumers. So these are the important parameters which are giving them value in to Southwest Airlines. So whenever I am doing such kind of analysis in my examination, हम हर एक एक्टिविटी को ब्रेक करेंगे और we will try to understand कि कौन सी एक्टिविटी is giving a certain level of competitive advantage to the organization per se. ठीक है? So again, this was about the value chain analysis, which is again very important from your exam point of view. Now SWOT हम कैसे करते हैं? We also try to analyze strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats. And again, अभी तक हमने जो भी किया, we do an external analysis, competitive analysis, internal analysis, and then we go on doing the SWOT analysis. So any doubt anyone has in this presentation? Any doubt anyone has? I'll just walk you through the presentation. We talked about resources and capabilities. We talked about the core competencies, tangible and intangible resources, the capabilities. Then we talked about the Vryo network, decision tree modeling for Vryo network. Then there is a tabular form analysis, that how do we evaluate the resource of or the capability. Then how do we create a sustainable resource based advantage, intangible barriers to imitation framework, strategic implications, then understood the value chain analysis and the flow of the. Any doubt anyone has till now? Any doubt? यहाँ तक किसी को कोई डाउट है? Shall we move on to the next topic? So the next topic that we are going to take up with is the Potter's 5 forces model. The Potter's 5 forces model is again a very important topic from your examination point of view. I hope you are able to see the screen. So whenever a company is trying to enter a new industry, it learns the attractiveness of the industry. It is very important to learn the attractiveness of the industry through the Potter's 5 forces model. So this model, it will help you to understand what are the competitive forces that are there in an industry, and how these forces would help you derive the economic value amongst the industry actors. So this model, this Potter's 5 forces model, it was described, it was first established by Michael Porter in the year 1979 in the Harvard Business Review article. And this model, it was basically a revolutionary in the strategic field, and this would help you to analyze the industry attractiveness of whenever a firm is entering into a new industry, and how these trends will affect the industry competition, which industries should a company compete in, and how company can position themselves in a particular industry, right? So there are the five forces which are operating in the industry. So these forces are threat of substitute or products, bargaining power of the suppliers, threat of new entrants, bargaining power of the buyers, and rivalry amongst the new competitors, right? So one by one, we will be studying each of the parameter and how is each parameter affecting, how is each parameter so detrimental to understand the industry trends, how is each factor so important to understand the industry attractiveness, and to understand whether or not should I move into a particular industry or not, right? So before I move ahead with this, there are certain things that are the pre-assumptions of this model that should be taken care, that should be held in our mind. First is that every industry is different, and the underlying drivers of every industry are same in each industry. So it says कि एक industry हर एक दूसरी industry से different है, but उस industry के जो profitability drivers हैं, that would remain same from one industry to another, that would not change from industry to industry, right? The five forces, they determine the competitive structure of an industry and its industry, and industry structure together with the company's relatives position within the industry, they are the two basic drivers of the company's profitability. And once we analyze the five forces, we can analyze the shifts in competition, we can see how the industry structure evolves and how it finds better strategic position within the industry. So these are the three basic assumptions which a person should keep in mind when he or she is analyzing the industrial attractiveness to the Potter's five forces, right? So one by one, we are going to take up all the points and discuss in details. So first is a bargaining powers of buyers, right? So powerful customers, they can cloud together, they can combine together to force the prices down or demand more services at the existing pricing, thus capturing more value for themselves. So in the industry where there are buyers who have a very strong power, they can make the pricing lower, because since they are in a larger amount, they can combine together and increase the demand, thus reducing the pricing for the product. Okay, and buyer power, it is highest when the buyers are larger in comparison to the number of suppliers or the competitors that are serving them. So कौन सी industries में ये more prevalent होगा, जहाँ पे products are undifferentiated, they are representing a significant cost to the buyers, the buyer, and there are a few switching costs of shifting from one competitor to another. So in this kind of industries, the buyer power is a stronger power, and it can help, uh, it can be a discouraging factor for for a company to enter into such a industry. Second is the bargaining power of the suppliers. So companies in every industry, they purchase various inputs, various raw materials from the suppliers, which account for different portions of their cost. So powerful suppliers, they can use their negotiations to leverage and charge higher prices or demand more favorable terms from the industry competitors, which lowers the industry profitability. So if there are only one or two suppliers for the essential input products in the particular industry, So, and if the switching suppliers is expensive, a supplier group is yielding a more power. Then threat of new entrants. It can, if the threat of new entrants in any industry, it can force the current players, it can force the current players in the industry to keep the pricing down and spend more to retain the customers. And entry brings new capacity and pressures on the existing price and cost. So the threat of entry, it can put a cap on the profit potential of the industry. And this kind of threat, it is dependent on the size of a series of barriers, including economies of scale, the cost of building the brand, the cost of building a distribution network, the cost of building a brand awareness. And the threat of entry, it also depends on the capabilities of the likely potential entrants. So if the potential entrants, they are well established companies in the industries, they are operating in other geographic regions, then the threat of entries rises. Next is threat of substitute products or services. So when a new product or service, it is meeting a similar kind of need in the industry in a different way, the profitability of the industry suffers. So for examples, so video conferencing, it is a substitute for travel, and email is a substitute for express mail. So the threat of substitute is high if it offers attractive price performance trade-off relative to the industry's product, and if the buyer's switching costs are higher to the substitute product. Fifth parameter is rivalry amongst the existing competitors. So if there is rivalry amongst the existing players, existing competitors in the market is so intense, it would bring down the prices and it would dissipate the profits by increasing the cost of companies. So companies, they compete away the value they create. Rivalry can be very fierce in industries when competitors are very numerous and they are equal in size and market position. Industry ka growth is slow, fixed costs are very high, and they create incentives for price cutting. Exit barriers, if you are trying to move out of the industry, the exit barriers are very high. Rivals are highly committed to the business. Firms are have differing goals, diverse approaches to competing, or lack familiarity with each other. So these are the 5 forces which would help me analyze the industry competitiveness. Now, if I have to apply Potter's 5 forces to an airline industry to analyze whether or not I should move to the industry, how would I do it? How would I apply Potter's 5 forces to an airline industry? Just take 5 minutes and then we'll discuss. So have you tried conducting a pestle analysis for an airline industry? So yeah, if I have to in my examination conduct a pestle analysis of an airline industry, I have to one by one take up all the 5 forces and analyze कि वो force high operate कर रहा है कि low operate कर रहा है. तो सबसे पहले bargaining power of the buyers. Since if you talk of the airline industry, fragmentation बहुत है buyers का, बहुत सारे buyers हैं, but the differentiation is not very much. One flight and another airline in terms of differentiation, they are similar. There are not major kind of customers differentiation. And again, switching cost for buyers are non-existent. So differentiation भी नहीं है, switching cost नहीं है, तो क्या होता है कि buyer की जो par है, it is usually very high. So and again we see a lot of budget airlines that are coming into play. So again the bargaining power becomes a higher thing in when we talk of an airline industry. The major airline suppliers in the airline industries are aircraft engines, airports, and fuel suppliers. So again, each of the supplier groups, they are highly concentrated and they have a huge cloud. And the airline industry, they face a high cost of switching the suppliers. Again, so we can say the bargaining power of suppliers in this industry is also very high. Threat of new entrants. So if a person is trying to enter, a company is trying to enter into the airline industry, so the threat of entry is also very high because the industry is continuing to grow. Again, the cost of entry is low because there are ready access to aircraft financing, and there is also availability of skilled personals. But a steady streams of new airlines, they have entered the industry over the past few years. New airlines, they often have advantage due to a seniority of personals, lower wages, newer aircrafts which have higher fuel efficiency. Threat of substitute products is low. Till now, we see that there is no effective substitute for air travel, especially for longer distances. Again, shorter distances के लिए हमारे पास हॉल्स हैं, शॉर्टर हॉल्स के लिए ट्रेवल्स हैं हमारे पास, ऑटोमोबाइल्स, बस और रेल ट्रैवल, बट लॉन्गर डिस्टेंसेस के लिए नहीं है. Hence, we can say that there are no substitutes. Again, rivalry among the existing competitors, it is also high because there are numerous airlines who are competing for every route. Differentiation low है, cost fixed है, तो constant price competition रहता है, and the pricing जिसकी लोएस्ट होती है उस पे कंज्यूमर और बायर मूव कर जाता है. So this is how we conduct a Porter's 5 force analysis. Okay, so this was about Porter's 5 force analysis. We have studied what is Porter's 5 force analysis, क्या एनालाइज करता है, हर एक जो 5 फोर्सेस हैं उसको हमने डिटेल में पढ़ा है कि वो 5 फोर्सेस क्या होते हैं, लो कब होते हैं, हाई कब होते हैं, और इसी तरह से हमारे को किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में इसको अप्लाई करना आना चाहिए, जैसे अभी हमने प्रैक्टिकली एयरलाइन इंडस्ट्री में इसको करके देखा है. तो आई होप दिस इज क्लियर टू यू. नेक्स्ट वी मूव्ड टू another kind of analysis because हमने एक्सटर्नल एनालिसिस की भी बात की है. तो एक्सटर्नल एनालिसिस में हम एक टूल की बात करते हैं which is known as the pestle analysis. So pestle analysis, it is not specifically mentioned in your syllabus, but since we are trying to understand the markets, we are trying to understand the competition, and for developing the strategy we have to have the understanding of the macro and the micro environment, we should know about the pestle analysis. So pestle analysis, it is a framework or tool which is used by marketers to analyze and monitor the macro environmental factors. So the macro environmental factors would include your external marketing environment, and these factors, they have an impact on an organization, company or industry. So pestle analysis में हम political, economic, social, technological, environmental and लीगल फैक्टर्स को एनालाइज करते हैं। तो पॉलिटिकल फैक्टर्स में वी स्टडी द गवर्नमेंट लीडरशिप, पॉलिसीज, स्टेबिलिटी, फॉरेन ट्रेड पॉलिसीज, इंटरनल पॉलिसीज, पॉलिटिकल इश्यूज, ट्रेंड्स, tax policies and tariffs, regulation, anti-regulation trends, freedom of press, etc. Economic may we talk of the current and projected economic growth, inflation and interest rates, unemployment and labor supply, labor cost, current exchange rates, disposable income and income distribution, impact on globalization. Social may we include the demographics, age, gender, race, family size, level of education and income, employment patterns and job market, consumer attitudes, opinions and buying factors, population growth rate, societal values, attitudes and lifestyle, ethnic and religious trends. Technological may we have talked about impact on emerging technologies, research and development activities, government funding for research, impact of technology transfer, degree of automation, rate of technological change. Environmental may environmental protection laws, regulations regarding energy consumption, regulations regarding waste management, supply of raw materials, pollution or carbon footprint targets, weather, natural disasters, climate and climate change, environmental taxes, and demand for green products. Legal may be talked about the antitrust laws, consumer rights and laws, discrimination laws, employment laws, health and safety laws, equal opportunity law, product labeling, product safety, and intellectual property rights. So these are the factors, the macro environmental factors that a company should know while deciding on the competitive strategy. Okay. Then we also have a mention of certain terms like direct and indirect competition in your syllabus. So just a brief, you should know about all these things, that what is a direct competition, what is a indirect competition. So direct competition, it refers to two or more businesses offering the same product or service in the same target market. And indirect competition, it is occurs when businesses they offer products or service that could substitute your product or service. Okay, so direct, when there is a similar product in a similar market, the target group is the same, so that is a direct competition. And indirect competition is the competition wherein uh, there are substitute products that are available. So if I have to differentiate between direct and indirect competition, direct competition mein it is selling similar products and services. Indirect mein it sells different products and services from the same category. Direct competition mein the products are of comparable quality, value, and price point. Indirect mein products may be at a different price point but could serve as a substitute. Direct competition may we have the same ideal customer. Indirect may it meets the need for the customer, right? So that is the difference between direct and indirect competition. So if I take the example, direct competition की अगर हम example देखें, McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, these are all direct competitors. Okay. Indirect competition की हम बात करें, so we can take an example of a client base in a small towns. The customers they are hungry and they often drag to the dinner. So there are 4 major restaurants and all are providing different kinds of foods. So although they are providing different kinds of food, some is providing South Indian, some is providing North Indian, but they are standing for the same function, that is feeding the hungry. So this is a indirect competition. I hope this is clear to you. Direct and indirect competition. Next term that we have is the price and non-price competition. These are the terms, basic terms, since they are mentioned in your syllabus, so we are discussing them. So price competition is a competition in which the competitors they are using the price wars. So they are reducing the price so as to increase their market share in the market. Non-price competition, it it is basically of two types. It is not aiming on the pricing, it is product differentiation and product variation, wherein you are differentiating your product from the company's product, and it is basically giving you a source of competitive advantage for the firm. Okay, so that is price and non-price competition. So if I talk about the types of price competition, it could be first could be penetration pricing. Penetration pricing is you are lowering down the price of the product much lower than that of the competitors. So it just broadens the market, and the consumers, they are attracted and your market share is increased. You could also give premium pricing, loss leader pricing, freebies. So these are all examples of price competition. Non-price competition may it could involve relying on brands on non-price differentiations, like giving the consumers high quality, amazing features, excellent consumer service, other perks. So basically the major difference is price competition, it is focusing on the pricing. It is basically working on reducing the pricing, giving them freebies, working on loss leader pricing. And non-pricing competition, it is focusing on the differentiation of the product. So differentiation of the product could be on variety of features, like differentiating the customer services, differentiating the service, differentiating the product, providing better features, and all these kind of things. Okay, so in this session, in the first session, which is before the break, we have talked about what is competition, price and non-price competition. Okay, we have talked about in detail about the mission, vision, because these were the basic terms you have to know when you are talking about the strategy, you are talking about the competition, you are talking about analyzing the competition. So what is a mission, what is a vision, what is a value, because all these things working together would help you achieve a sustainable competitive advantage for the firm. Then we talked about what are resources, what are tangible, what are intangible resources, what are capabilities of the firm, and how these resources, capabilities, tangible, intangible resources would give you a sustainable competitive advantage. Then we talked about the WRIN network, which was analyzing the internal capabilities of the firm. उसमें हमने देखा कि जो हमारी capabilities हैं, वो हमारे resources हैं, क्या वो हमें एक sustainable competitive advantage दे पा रहे या नहीं दे पा रहे. 4 parameters पे हम इनको analyze करते हैं. Then we have structured read the flow chart, we have read the table to analyze कि हमारे कौन से resources, कौन से कौन सी capabilities हमारे को एक sustainable competitive advantage दे पा रहे हैं या नहीं दे पा रहे. We have done an activity taking an example of Apple as a company to analyze it. Then we talked about the value chain analysis. Value chain analysis is nothing but breaking your complete activities into primary and secondary activities and analyzing each activity in detail, analyzing the cost associated with each activity in detail. And our aim could be two ways: either we would be aiming at cost reduction, or either we would be aiming at differentiation to achieve a competitive advantage. तो हर एक को हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप स्टडी करते हैं, एनालाइज करते हैं कि कौन सी एक्टिविटीज मेरे को वैल्यू दे रही हैं, कौन सी एक्टिविटीज कॉस्ट है, हम कॉस्ट को रिड्यूस करने के लिए कौन सी एक्टिविटीज को एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं, कौन सी एक्टिविटीज को आउटसोर्स कर सकते हैं. सो इट इज अ स्टेप बाय स्टेप एनालिसिस. अगेन we have implemented it using taking various examples like Southwest Airlines in our session. Then we talked about the Potter's 5 forces. So Potter's 5 forces is again a very important tool which would help me analyze the what do I say, which will help me analyze the industry attractiveness. अगर मैं किसी एक नई इंडस्ट्री में एंटर कर रही हूँ, तो how attractive is that industry, that we analyze and learn through the Potter's 5 forces. हमने 5 forces को डिटेल में पढ़ा. Bargaining powers of suppliers, bargaining power of buyers, threat of new entrants, threat of substitute products, and rivalry amongst the existing कॉम्पिटिटर्स, उसके बारे में हमने डिटेल में पढ़ा. देन वी इम्प्लीमेंटेड द सेम. We conducted a Potter's 5 forces for the airline industry per se. Then we talked about the pestle analysis. We have in detail understood कि कौन से आपके फैक्टर्स होते हैं जो हमारे को मैक्रो एनवायरनमेंट को स्टडी करने में हेल्प करते हैं. Then we discussed in brief about the price competition, non-price competition, direct and indirect competition. Now we will break for some time. We will break for around 40 minutes and we'll be here around by 1:40 or so. And then we will be talking about the various tools that we could analyze, we as a company are using to gain a competitive advantage. So we will be talking about the Potter's generic strategy, we will be talking about the BCG matrix, we will be talking about the GE matrix, we would be talking about the balance scorecard, we would be talking about the Ansof's matrix, the warfare matrix and the strategies की एक हमने एनालाइज तो कर लिया कि हम कहाँ स्टैंड कर रहे हैं, उनको इम्प्लीमेंट भी करके देखेंगे टूल्स को. एंड देन वी वुड बी स्टडिंग अबाउट द वेरियस स्ट्रैटेजीज दैट हाउ we can take up those strategies to get a competitive advantage in the market. And then we will be talking about the emerging marketing strategies so as to achieve a competitive advantage. Then again उसके बाद हम अपने SLM के साथ सबको मैप करेंगे जो भी हमने पढ़ा है. And I would be guiding you on how do you attempt your question papers, and if you have any doubts that we would be discussing. So we'll stop now. We would be meeting at 1:40 and then we will take our discussion ahead. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have had your break and you are again set up with energy to begin with the remaining session of the revision class of competitive marketing. So we have had laid down the foundation of competitive marketing in the previous classes. We have also done a lot of tools on the external analysis, like the pestle analysis, like the Potter's five forces. Then we have talked about uh, value chain analysis, that is although an internal tool, but we have talked about it. We have also talked about the basics of competitive marketing. We have talked about sustainable competitive advantage. We have talked about capabilities, resource, mission, vision. So we have almost uh, done with the half part of our revision, half part of our syllabus. Yeah, we have also talked about price, non-price competition, direct, indirect competition, and we have also talked about what do we say? VRI, VRIN network for analysis, a brief of the SWOT analysis. Now, in this session, we would be talking about the various tools, the various strategic analysis tools. And since also in the first half of the sessions, we have done the tools, we have done the analysis, and we have also taken the practical part of it as to how to apply those tools, how to apply those analysis in the practical scenario, and how do I write about it in my examination. Similar approach we are going to follow in the post lunch session that we have. So let us begin. We are going to begin with the GE and the BCG matrix. So BCG matrix, it is also known as the Boston Consulting Group matrix or the growth share matrix. You can call it in any name, with any name that you want to. And it was created in the late 1960s by the founder of the BCG group. And the person who founded it was Mr. Bruce Anderson. And it is basically a tool which is helping the clients with the efficient allocation of the resources amongst different units. So in the BCG matrix, we talk about the companies which are catering to multi businesses, which are catering to multiple strategic business units, which are catering to multiple SBUs, right? So उनके across हमारे को अपने resources कैसे allocate करने हैं, this we can take up using the BCG matrix. So in order to ensure a successful long-term operation, every business organization, it must have a portfolio of products or service rather than one product or service. So a lot of companies who are into multi-product, multi-dimensional service, this is a very effective tool. So some of the products could be doing very well for you. Some of the product lines could be doing very well. Some of the product lines might not be doing that well for you all. So using the BCG matrix, we can allocate the resources, we can allocate or decide on the SBUs which are like very fruitful, very beneficial for us. And on the other hand, the SBUs, the products which are not, so we can allocate and work on that. So BCG matrix, it is helping a company. First and foremost, it is helping those companies that are into multiple business units or products by determining the strength of each business unit, product, and the course of action each business unit and the product has. So a thorough understanding of these factors, it will give the company the highest probability of winning against its competitors. Right? So when we talk of BCG matrix, we are classifying products as high or low performers using two basic criteria. What are those two basic criteria? The two basic criteria are relative market share. What is a relative market share? It is a strength of a business unit position in that particular market in which it is operating. And next is the market growth rate. So market growth rate is the attractiveness of the market in which a unit is operating. So again, based on these two classification of the relative market share, the market growth rate, the products and the businesses that a company has are classified into four major categories, like your stars, cash cows, dogs and question marks. And you have to identify कि आपका product या आपकी product line या आपकी product category कौन सी quadrant में जा रही है और उसके हिसाब से we need to strategize. So once I am operating into a BCG matrix, I have to follow these major steps. First, I have to identify what are the major strategic business units in my organization, what are the different product lines. Then I have to identify the RMS, that is the relative market share, and the market growth rate for each each business unit that I am talking about. Then I have to plot those business units, whatever business units my company has, I have to plot those on the BCG matrix that I have created using these two characteristics. And I have to classify them as question marks, stars, cash cows and dogs. And then based on कि हमारा जो product है या हमारा जो SBU है कौन सी product category में आया है, I can then make the strategies according to that. So this is how my BCG matrix would look like. This is basically an example. So on the x-axis I have the RMS, which is the relative market share, and on the y-axis I have the market growth, MGS, market growth share. And this quadrant is the star, then this quadrant is the question marks, this quadrant is the dogs, and this quadrant is the cows. Now analyzing each and every quadrant, first we talk about the stars. So stars, as we can see in the diagram, they are characterized by high growth and high market share. And these are the SBUs which require an external investments to sustain their growth. And ho sakta hai ki they are not producing any positive cash flows. Eventually their growth will show and they will turn into cash cows. Now cash cows are business units or products which are characterized by low growth and high market share. These are well established and successful business units, and these kind of business units, they do not require any substantial investment to keep their market share, and they're producing, as the name suggests, they're producing a lot of cash for the company, which we can use in the star category or the question mark category. Question marks, these are the companies which have a low market share, but they are operating in a very growing market. So they require a lot of financial resources to increase their market share, since they cannot generate cash themselves. So a lot of promotions, a lot of advertising needs to be done. And a very important decision जो company को इस point पे लेना होता है, that is they have to decide कि question mark को phase out करना है या should we invest them so that they become the stars. Dogs, as the name suggests, they are in the market, they are in the in that quadrant जहाँ पे market share और growth rate दोनों ही कम है. And as since the market growth rate is also low and they do not have a growth share also, so these are the companies which are giving a lot of low profitability to the organization. तो इन companies को हम basically divest कर सकते हैं. कई बार companies they take a decision कि हम जो dogs category में हमारी companies आ रही हैं उनको हम थोड़े time के लिए hold करें, and sometimes they are repositioned as cows or question marks. So this is how your BCG models look like, but there are certain weaknesses and strengths of this model as for other models. So BCG model, it has a good strength because it is allowing a visual representation of all the competitive positions of all the units in a business portfolio. And for each and every portfolio that I have, as you can see in the diagram, I can create a specified strategy कि मेरे को पता है कि वो stars category में है तो I should invest, or if it is in the dog category I should focus on divesting it. If it is in the cash cow, I can take out some fund and invest it in the question marks or the stars category. So for each and every product category हमारे पास एक specific strategy होगी, क्योंकि एक visually मेरे को दिख रहा है कि मेरा product line कहाँ पे है. It is simple and easy to understand. It works well for companies that are into multi-businesses and multi-dimension products. And it allows for quick screening of the products. It is useful for the development of investment, marketing, and operating decisions, and all these things. There are certain weaknesses of the product. Certain weaknesses is that these type of companies, they are not able to, because we are just focusing on two categories, that is relative market share and market growth rate. There are a lot of factors which attribute to the market position or marketing strategy of the firm. So all these things are not taken care, are not taken into consideration when we talk of that. So what are those things? Technological competence, ability to maintain low manufacturing cost, financial strength of the firm, distribution capabilities, human resources. Also, it is not focusing on the competitors. Uh, Again, it is more focused on the individual products rather than the whole business in itself. And it is primarily a qualitative model because we are not taking into consideration a lot of parameters. So these are certain uh, what do we say, certain limitations with this model. Now what you have to do, you have to create a BCG matrix for a automobile industry. Create a BCG matrix for a automobile industry. So yeah, if we are talking about uh, the ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री, अगर मेरे को एग्जाम में ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री का आता है to create a BCG matrix for the automobile industry. So BCG matrix is useful. So we can have a look at the automobile industry. So for example, if I take an example, so automobile manufacturers were now favoring SUVs, and small cars are now considered dogs while SUVs were the stars some time ago. But at this time, small cars are considered at that time. Sorry. So if I take an example of US automobile industry, right? So what happens in the US automobile industry, if I talk about 10 to 15 years ago, the manufacturers in the US, they were dismissing the market for small economy car, and they were in the favor of big SUVs. So at that time, small cars were considered dogs while the SUV were considered as stars. because this was happening 10 to 15 years ago, because the car manufacturers, they did not take into consideration the important factors of the rising oil or the gasoline prices and the changes in the environmental consciousness of the society. But with the management of major car manufacturers in the US, they had run the BCG model under different scenarios such as high gas prices, increased environmental awareness, and they were able to decide that कौन सी कार्स को हमें किस सिनेरियो में डालना है. And if they could have considered these points like competition, so they would have better prepared themselves for other thing in the market. And it is also important to analyze, to constantly analyze the business, to look at what the other companies are selling, divesting or acquiring. So it is not कि अगर हम BCG matrix use कर रहे हैं, so we are just focusing, we should just focus on what what we are manufacturing. We should also focus on the competition, because we are, again and again I am saying that we are not settling into isolation. We have a lot of companies that are there, so we should work on understanding and analyzing what the other companies are looking at, कि कौन सी categories of cars को वो select कर रही हैं, divest कर रही हैं, acquire कर रही हैं. And similarly we could also ask ourselves कि whether or not we should do that way. BCG matrix, at times it is also used by the business analyst for the purpose of forecasting the future trends. And these analysts, they also analyze the whole industry's technologies using the BCG matrix in order to predict the future changes. So this is how a BCG matrix is used. Now talking about the next kind of matrix, that is the GE or the McKinsey matrix. So this matrix, it was developed jointly by the McKinsey company and the General Electrical company in the early years of 1970s. And it is basically a derivation. It is basically an extension of your BCG matrix. Okay, so what was the story behind the development of GE matrix was the General Electricals at that time, it had approximately 150 business unit, and they were disappointed with the profits it were deriving from the investment. So they started raising some concerns about the approach, and this is how they just modified the BCG matrix and came up with the GE matrix. So GE matrix is just an extension of your BCG matrix. So the GE or the McKinsey matrix, it is a 9-cell matrix, or we call it a 3x3 matrix, and it is primarily used to perform the business portfolio analysis on the strategic businesses of a corporation. So similar to BCG matrix, GE matrix भी वही काम करती है, but BCG matrix में हमारे पास 4 quadrants थे, इसमें we have 9 quadrants, 3x3 का हमारा portfolio रहता है. Okay, so the 9-box matrix that is there in the GE matrix, it is providing decision makers with a systematic and an effective framework for a decentralized corporation to make better support decisions regarding their investment. Okay, so again the two components, जैसे हमने BCG matrix में discuss किया था, 2 components यहाँ पे हम discuss कर रहे थे, that were the relative market share and the market growth rate. So the 2 components used to evaluate the business, which also serve as the axes of the market, are attractiveness of the relevant industry and the competitive strength within the same industry, and each axis is then divided into low, medium and high. So I think I've shared, okay, I've not shared the diagram with you. Let me share it. So now the external factors that affect your market attractiveness are your market size, market growth rate, market profitability, your pricing trends, competitive intensity, rivalry, risk returns in the industry, entry barriers, opportunity to differentiate the products, demand variability, segmentation, distribution structure, technology development. And what are the internal factors that affect the competitive strength of an SBA? So these factors are strength of assets or competencies, relative brand strength, market share growth, customer loyalty, relative cost position, relative profit margins, distribution strength, record of technological or innovation, quality, access to financial or other investment resources, and the management strength of the firm. So how do I evaluate, or what is the process of using the GE matrix? जैसे हमने BCG matrix में किया था कि हम पहले अपने SBUs define करते हैं, फिर हम उसकी उसकी market growth share and market relative market share को plot करते हैं on the quadrant. So similarly इसमें हम 6 steps करते हैं. First, we determine which factors are relevant for the cooperation in the industry where it is operating. Then we assign a certain weight to each of the factors. Then there is a scoring of each factor. We multiply the relative scores with the weights, and we sum up all, and then we interpret them on the graph. So all these things, these are not done practically. We are not just calculating. There are softwares which do all these kind of things. So this is a kind of a 9-cell matrix that we see in the BCG. हमारा सॉरी GE मैट्रिक्स में, BCG मैट्रिक्स में हमारे 4 क्वाड्रेंट्स थे, जिसमें डॉग्स, कैश काउस, स्टार्स और डॉग्स, कैश काउस, स्टार्स, and we had question marks. Yeah, and here we have 9 matrices. So here we have, on the y-axis we have market attractiveness, on the x-axis we have business proposition, and as we have already discussed, हमने इनको high, medium और low की category में divide किया है. So according to the weights that I have assigned, I can fall, my business unit can fall into any of the quadrant. So this is the first quadrant which says invest heavily for growth. It says invest selectively. It is saying it is develop for income, invest selectively and build, develop selectively for income, harvest or divest. It is talking about divest, harvest, develop selectively and build on strengths. So depending upon कि मेरा जो strategic business unit है वो कौन से quadrant में follow कर रहा है, I can develop a strategy for that. I hope it is clear till now. Any doubt anyone has till now? Any doubt? ठीक है, so हमने जैसे limitations पढ़ी थी, BCG matrix की weaknesses पढ़ी थी, G matrix की भी certain weaknesses हैं. Again, there is no proven relationship between market attractiveness and business position. The relationship between different units are not taken into account. Core competencies are not taken into consideration. The approach requires extensive data gathering. Scoring is personal and it is subjective. And then again, it is prone to risks also. So these are certain disadvantages. Advantages are similar to that of the BCG matrix. ठीक है? Now, can we do a GE market analysis for Apple company? So the question is, if you had to, in your examination, write about how do you conduct a GE analysis for Apple, how would you do it? Which products of Apple would fall under which category? So think about it for 5 minutes and then we'll discuss.
मैम आपकी वीडियो नहीं आ रही है।
बच्चे भी मैंने आपको 5 मिनट के लिए एप्पल का जी मैट्रिक्स बनाने को दिया हुआ है, इसलिए मेरी वीडियो नहीं आ रही है। सो यस, आप लोगों ने बना के देखा कि जी मैट्रिक्स कैसे होगा फॉर एन एप्पल कंपनी। सो आई थिंक अगर आपको ये पेपर में क्वेश्चन आता है कि आपको एप्पल के ऊपर एक जी मैट्रिक्स क्रिएट करना है, सो वी ऑल नो दैट एप्पल इट इज अ लार्जेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी एंड इट हैज अ लॉट ऑफ business unit which are operating in different markets. Now what are those different markets? These different markets are your desktop computers, your laptops, your tablet computers, that is your iPads, portable music players, iPods, smartphones, and software support to these products. So a competitor, he is wishing to gain competitive advantage on the activities of Apple inclusive. So he can do it by placing all the products on the GE matrix. Okay? So I'll just share how the GE matrix for the Apple company would look like. Just a moment. So yes, इस तरह से आपका GE मैट्रिक्स दिखेगा। हाई अट्रैक्टिवनेस और हाई बिजनेस यूनिट में आपके टैबलेट्स आएंगे, मीडियम में आपके स्मार्टफोन्स आएंगे, देन इस कैटेगरी में आपके iTunes, आपका जो iPods है वो कैटेगरी आएगा. In this we have laptops and then we have desktops and the peripheral softwares. Okay. So this was about the BCG matrix and the GE matrix. So you should know what is the BCG matrix, what is the GE matrix, what are the characteristics on which the plotting is done, the graphs are being made, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, how do we do it, क्योंकि हमने BCG matrix को ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री पे एंड GE मैट्रिक्स को एप्पल के प्रोडक्ट्स पे अप्लाई करके कोशिश की है सीखने की. सो सिमिलर टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस could be there in your examinations as well. यहाँ तक कोई डाउट है किसी को? Any doubt anyone has till now? Okay, so we'll move on to the next topic. Let me just share the presentation with you all. Just give me a moment. So next we are going to talk about the Ansof's matrix, which is again an important matrix, an important tool that we need to understand. And इसको apply कैसे करते हैं, इसके different quadrants क्या होते हैं. Give me 2 minutes, I'll just share the presentation with you all. So I'm sharing the PPT of ANSOF matrix with you all. Okay, स्लाइड दिख रहा है आपको? So this matrix, it was developed by Mr. Igor Ansoff, and this matrix, it is very useful in analyzing the growth potential of a firm, identifying the growth opportunities that the firm has. So two dimensions determine the scope of options, namely the products and the market. So according to Ansoff matrix, there are 4 generic strategies which are identified. First is market penetration, which says more of the same to the same customers. Then we have market development, new customers for the existing products. हमारे product same रहते हैं, but हम उसके लिए एक नई market develop करते हैं, एक नए segment में move करते हैं. Then we have product development. Product development में we develop new products for the existing customers. And then we have diversification. Diversification में we have new products and new customers. Okay, so these are the 4 strategies that we talk of when we are utilizing the Ansoff matrix. Okay, so Ansoff matrix, this is the matrix that is there. So इसमें क्या होता है, जब एक सैचुरेट हो जाती है कोई कंपनी, राइट, वी आर सैचुरेटेड इन द सेगमेंट दैट वी आर ऑपरेटिंग, हमें अपना मार्केट शेयर इंक्रीज करना है, हमारे कॉम्पिटिटर्स नई प्रोडक्ट लाइन में जा रहे हैं, नए सेगमेंट्स में जा रहे हैं, नए कस्टमर सेगमेंट्स में जा रहे हैं. सो वी शुड ऑल्सो एनालाइज दैट वेयर डू वी स्टैंड एट दिस पॉइंट एंड हमें कहाँ पे मूव करना चाहिए. ठीक है, तो एग्जिस्टिंग मार्केट, न्यू मार्केट, एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोडक्ट, न्यू प्रोडक्ट. मार्केट पेनिट्रेशन क्या होता है कि हम अपनी एग्जिस्टिंग मार्केट में ही अपनी सेल्स को इंक्रीज करना चाहते हैं, हम पेनिट्रेट कर जाते हैं अपनी मार्केट में बाय लोअरिंग डाउन द प्राइसिंग. सो एग्जिस्टिंग मार्केट है, प्रोडक्ट भी सेम है, प्राइसिंग को लोअर करके हम ड्वेल डीप करते हैं, जैसा जियो ने किया था. देन प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट. प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट इज व्हाट, मार्केट एग्जिस्टिंग है बट न्यू प्रोडक्ट हमने डेवलप किया है. So new product is developed for the existing market. My market segment would remain the same, but I am developing a newer product for that similar market. Then market development. Market development में क्या है, existing product है, product में हम कोई change नहीं कर रहे, but हम अपना segment change कर रहे हैं. For example, if I was operating in the female segment, now I'll move to the male segment. एंड डाइवर्सिफिकेशन इज कंप्लीटली अ न्यू कैटेगरी कि हमारा प्रोडक्ट लाइन भी नया है और हमारा सेगमेंट भी नया है. सो दिस इज बेसिकली टू एनालाइज कि हमारा फ्यूचर डायरेक्शन ऑफ ग्रोथ क्या है, हम कौन सा प्रोडक्ट किस तरह से अपनी कंपनी को एक्सपैंड करना चाह रहे हैं. ओके, नाउ सो अगेन इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द न्यूनेस, द ग्रेटर इज द रिस्क. मार्केट पेनिट्रेशन की अगर हम बात करते हैं, लिटिल रिस्क इन्वॉल्व होता है क्योंकि हम किसी भी चीज के साथ एक्सपेरिमेंट नहीं कर रहे, हमारी मार्केट भी वही है, प्रोडक्ट भी वही है. मार्केट डेवलपमेंट और प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट में मॉडरेट रिस्क है क्योंकि एक चीज में हम एक प्रोडक्ट नया डेवलप कर रहे हैं, दूसरे में हम मार्केट नहीं डेवलप कर रहे हैं, जो कि हमें एक तरह से पता नहीं है उसके बारे में पहले से. वी आर इनटू द टेस्टिंग मोड. अगर हम डाइवर्सिफिकेशन की बात करते हैं, डाइवर्सिफिकेशन इज वेरी हाई रिस्क बिकॉज बोथ द प्रोडक्ट एंड द मार्केट आर अननोन. So again, talking of the examples, if I take the examples of Tesco. So Tesco, it is market penetration में increase its share of the grocery business at the expense of Sainsbury and Asda. Market development अगर इसको करनी होगी तो might move into a convenience store market और expand कर सकता है. Product development में it can expand into newer products like expansion into petrol sales or development of financial services. Diversification, today Tesco is embracing that diversification, that it has to involve something entirely outside of the Tesco current range and move into foreign markets. Scottish banks, again Royal Bank of Scotland, market penetration, increase the sales of banking financial services in Scotland where it is operating. Market development हम इसकी कैसे कर सकते हैं, growing the presence of south of the border following acquisition. Bank of Scotland and the Hafisec Bank, they merged together to create HBOs. So RBS took over Williams and Glenn in 1917 and also was Tesco's banking operation. Product development, growing involvement in insurance. They can develop newer products like insurance, direct line, revolutionized motor insurance, and diversification, selling insurance and in out of Scotland, that is they can move into England, and the product is also new, that is insurance. Now one by one we are going to talk about each of the 4 quadrants in detail. सबसे पहला होता है मार्केट पेनिट्रेशन. मार्केट पेनिट्रेशन का हमारा एम होता है कि हम मार्केट शेयर को करंट मार्केट में करंट प्रोडक्ट के साथ इंक्रीज करें. सो again we have to make sure that there is a dominance of growth market, or we have to restructure a mature market by driving out the competition that is there in the market. Market penetration, it involves an increase in sales of existing products to existing markets, like selling more products to the same market. Okay, and if the market is saturated, in case we are already operating in a saturated market, it is difficult to achieve. In a stagnating market, the sales is only possible if I take away the market share from my competitors. Risks are low, but the prospects of success are also low in this kind of market. Market penetration की strategies क्या है? How can I increase the market penetration of the firm? So I can increase the usage by existing customers. I can attract customers away from the rivals. I can gain the market share at the expense of my rivals. Frequency of use को increase कर सकते हैं. Newer applications of the existing products हम बता सकते हैं. And non buyers को हम क्या कह सकते हैं कि products को दोबारा से खरीदो. And market penetration, it requires a realignment of your marketing mix. So a lot of focus has to be made on your market mix so as to increase the potential customer base. Market penetration is a successful option in the cases where the product life cycle में हमने पढ़ा था product saturation के बारे में. तो हमारी market saturated नहीं होनी चाहिए. There has to be chances of growth in the market in which I am operating. Increased volumes होनी चाहिए to economies of scale. Scope for selling to non-existing customers. हमारे को distribution को stronger करना होता है. Then next is market development. Market development, it involves selling the same product to different people. So basically you are entering into newer segments with your existing products. So आपको नए segments, नए customers को hire करना है. आप probably overseas market को hire कर सकते हो अगर आपने अपनी home country में कर लिया है. So again market development में भी हमें अपनी marketing strategy को change करना पड़ेगा. हमारे को better distribution channels, pricing strategies, क्योंकि हम different segments में move कर रहे हैं. Promotional strategy, हर तरह से अपनी strategy को align करना है. When it is a successful option, when we say that there are certain untapped segments, position gaps है मेरे competitive map में untapped segments हैं. फर्म के पास एक्सेसिव कैपेसिटी है क्योंकि फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट सेम है, तो इट कैन क्रिएट सर्टेन प्रोडक्ट्स फॉर अ लार्जर मार्केट. एंड हमारे पास डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चैनल्स है, वेल अलाइंड नेटवर्क्स हैं टू मूव इनटू द न्यूअर मार्केट. अगेन मॉडरेट रिस्क रहता है. फेमिलियरिटी विद द न्यू कस्टमर थोड़ा कम होती है, बट एटलीस्ट माय प्रोडक्ट इज फेमिलियर. प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट में न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स हम डेवलप करते हैं इन द एग्जिस्टिंग मार्केट. New products come in the form of new products to replace the current products. We can innovate on the products. Product में slight improvements कर सकते हैं. Product line के extensions कर सकते हैं. नए products ऐसे add कर सकते हैं जो मेरे original products को complement करें. Quality levels पे काम कर सकते हैं. So this is a very successful strategy when I have a very strong R&D. Only then I can invest on the product like Google and Apple. The market is a growing market. And sometimes there is a sudden technological change, sudden disruption in the market, then I can make use of it. The firm can build on the existing brand. Competitors have better products. Again, product development is a costly affair because you are completely investing a lot of money in developing a new product. There are moderate risks associated with this strategy. Diversification, new products sold to new markets, new products for new customers. It is a very risky strategy because हमारे दोनों parameters, customers और product दोनों ही unknown है. Again, अगर हमारे पास एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोडक्ट मिक्स के पास कुछ भी नहीं है, कंप्लीटली सैचुरेशन हो चुके हैं, नया सेगमेंट भी नहीं है, प्रोडक्ट भी नहीं है, हमारी बाकी सारी जो 3 स्ट्रेटजीज हैं दे आर नॉट working fine, then I can go in for the diversification strategy. Again, diversification भी हमारी related हो सकती है. Related diversification is a kind of diversification in which I am moving to the related diversification is a type of diversification कि हम एक similar ही industry में move कर रहे हैं जिसमें हम already operate कर रहे हैं. There is some commonality that is existing with the product, with the existing product. Again, हम अब अपनी जो एग्जिस्टिंग असेट्स हैं और एक्टिविटीज हैं उसी को बिल्ड करते हैं, उसी के ऊपर ग्रो करते हैं. इसको हम सिनर्जिस्टिक डाइवर्सिफिकेशन भी बोलते हैं, क्लोजनेस होती है. इसका एग्जांपल इफ आई वांट टू टेक कि बैंक्स मूविंग इनटू इंश्योरेंस प्रोडक्ट. रिलेटेड डाइवर्सिफिकेशन में वी टॉक ऑफ हॉरिजॉन्टल डाइवर्सिफिकेशन व्हेन द प्रोडक्ट्स आर इंट्रोड्यूस्ड इनटू द करंट मार्केट. वर्टिकल डाइवर्सिफिकेशन व्हेन द organization it is trying to collaborate with its suppliers or customers in the supply chain so as to use the products into end products. Concentric diversification when new products are closely related to current products are introduced into the new markets. Unrelated diversification, again we are not complying on existing assets. हम बिल्कुल ही न्यू मार्केट में जा रहे हैं, न्यू प्रोडक्ट्स को लॉन्च कर रहे हैं. डेवलपमेंट beyond the present industry, we're looking into a newer industry which have a little correlation or relation with my existing product mix. There is no commonality at all with my existing product mix or industry. It is also known as conglomerate diversification. It is completely new technology, completely unrelated, and it is a departure from your existing products and market, and it does represent a considerable risk. Okay, now what are the uses of ANSOF matrix? ANSOF matrix, it is, as I told you, it helps you to give you a direction कि आपको कौन सी direction में जाना है. आपने अपनी strategic position तो analyze कर ली, but आपको competition को meet करना है, आपको ग्रोथ चाहिए मार्केट में, मार्केट शेयर को बढ़ाना है, तो आप कौन सी डायरेक्शन में इसको जाना चाहते हैं वो आपको ANSOF मैट्रिक्स बताती है. अगेन it also encourages the planners to understand the risk and the returns, and this was a major about your ANSOF matrix. So if I talk of ANSOF matrix from your examination point of view, ANSOF matrix is also important. You should know the 4 quadrants in the ANSOF matrix. What is ANSOF matrix? Why is it necessary? Each and every quadrant के बारे में आपको पता होना चाहिए. और ANSOF matrix का भी application आपको, how do you apply an ANSOF matrix, या existing कोई कंपनी ने अगर उसको अप्लाई किया हुआ है तो उसके बारे में भी you should be very much aware of all these things. Any doubt anyone has? Any doubt? Next, we'll talk of balance scorecard. Have you heard about balance scorecard before? It is another strategic, very important strategic tool. So I'll just share another document with you of our business review, which is talking about the balance scorecard. So what is a balance scorecard? Can anyone define what is a balance scorecard? So balance scorecard, it is a tool again which was designed by again Harvard Business Review professor, HBS professor, Harvard Business School professor, Robert Kaplan and David Norton. And it is a very attractive tool, and it is designed to help and track your non-financial variables. Okay, so your balanced scorecard, what does it do? It combines the traditional financial perspective with additional perspectives that focus on your customers, internal business processes, learning, and development. Okay, so these additional perspectives to the business in the strategy development are very essential when we are trying to create value in the industry. Okay, so the four perspectives that are considered in the balanced scorecard are financial perspective. Now, what is a financial perspective? As the term suggests, financial perspective includes the desired levels of economic value creation. It includes your sales revenue, your operating profits, your operating expenses, your net income, your investment in assets, and all these things. Now, second is customer perspective. So, customer perspective में हम क्या-क्या चीजें ध्यान रखते हैं? That does your target audience perceive your product, service, and brand in the desired way? And what does this metrics include? It includes your delivery speed, customer service experience, quality. All these things are included in your customer perspective. Third is internal business process perspective. So ये वाला जो पैरामीटर होता है, ये क्या डिफाइन करता है कि do your organization processes, they create value for the customers. So all these matrices, they are related to operations and customers management, innovation, regulatory, and social processes. Then we have the learning and the growth perspective. Does your organization support human capital and infrastructure to meet the goals? So areas to consider under this perspective are the human capital, that is your people, your talent, and knowledge, information capital, databases, networks, and technology, organizational capital, that is your leadership capabilities, and cultural alignment to company's growth with its own sense of matrix. So this is how your balanced scorecard would look, and it should be used with the strategy map of the company, wherein we have the objectives, the measures, and the targets across the 4 parameters. So again, if I have to create a balanced scorecard, like we did in creating the Potter's 5 forces or the value chain analysis, first and foremost, we have to craft a strategy map. So before I create a balanced scorecard, I must craft a strategy map, and I have to then, based on that strategy map, I have to start listing the balanced scorecard ke 4th perspective: financial perspective, customers perspective, process perspective, and learning and growth perspective. And your learning and growth perspective will be the foundation, so its position would be in the lowest in my map. Okay, then I have to select the measures. When I have created my strategy map, I have to select the measures, and then start the balanced scorecard by selecting how would you measure each of the measures. Then third point is I have to set the targets. So the final step is I have to create and set the targets. So this is a very important tool in today's time, the balanced scorecard. So we should know what are the four perspectives that the balanced scorecard looks for, and how do we make the use of balanced scorecard to analyze the performance apart from the financial performances of the firm. So this was about the balanced scorecard. Now, in the post-lunch session till now, we have talked about the various strategic analysis tool. We have talked about the BCG matrix. BCG matrix क्या होता है, उसके components क्या होते हैं, क्या हर component क्या connote करता है, and automobile industry पे हमने उसको apply करके देखा है. Then we talked about the GE matrix. In the GE matrix, we have talked about the 9 cell methods, and we have talked about the advantages, disadvantages, what are the parameters, and applied it to the Apple company. Then we talked about the balanced scorecard. बैलेंस स्कोर कार्ड के 4 फैक्टर्स क्या होते हैं, हमने बहुत डिटेल में आंसर ऑफ मैट्रिक्स के बारे में भी पढ़ा है. तो आपको ये सारे मैट्रिसेस को बहुत डिटेल में आना चाहिए, इनको अप्लाई कैसे करते हैं, इनके एडवांटेजेस डिसएडवांटेजेस क्या होते हैं, कौन सी सिचुएशन में हम क्या चीज को अप्लाई करते हैं, दिस यू शुड बी वेल वर्स्ड विद. नाउ another very important topic that we have to take up is Potter's generic strategy. So before that, let us take a break of 5 minutes and then we'll do it. Now talking about the Potter's generic strategy. तो अभी तक हमने इतने सारे को एनालाइज किया है, इतने सारे मॉडल्स को पढ़ा जिसमें हमने इंटरनल एक्सटर्नल एनालिसिस किया अपनी कंपनी का, राइट? नाउ टू गेन अ कॉम्पिटिटिव एडवांटेज आई नीड टू हैव सम स्ट्रैटेजी, राइट? कि कौन सी हम स्ट्रैटेजी अप्लाई करें, हमें एक अपना प्रेजेंट पोजीशन, प्रेजेंट स्ट्रैटेजिक पोजीशन पता चलेगा. नाउ आई हैव टू अचीव and compete with the competitors. I have to outwit and outmaneuver my competitors. तो क्या हमें strategy लगानी है? So competitive strategy, it is about making informed choices to outperform your rivals, and it is like deep diving into the industry dynamics, consumer insights. So Potter, he gave a very successful generic strategy, which is talking about majorly strategy, 5 major strategies: cost leadership, differentiation, and focus strategy. And again, all these strategy, they have a distinct characteristics which would help you to gain that competitive position, in the market. First, we have the cost leadership. So cost leadership, it is aims to make a firm most cost efficient uh, producer, but it is not at the expense of quality. So by leveraging the economies of scale, streamlining my operations, by understanding my value chain, implementing cost effective management techniques, a company can offer their products or services at a slightly lower price than their competitors. And this kind of approach, it is very effective in the price sensitive market. But it is said that इस जब हम low cost leadership की बात करते हैं, cost leadership की बात करते हैं, so this type of approach, it attracts a large customer base to its comes. But again, there are a lot of challenges that are associated with cost leadership, like maintaining quality standards. If I'm lowering the cost, so there are chances कि हमारी quality पे हम compromise कर जाएं. कॉस्ट को कंट्रोल करना बहुत एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर हो जाता है. Again, I have to adapt myself to the changing competitive landscape. For example, Walmart, it is renowned for its operational efficiency and low prices. And Rainier, it is a company which is known for its cost-effective operations and affordable air travel. And all these are successful examples of cost leadership strategies. The second strategy is differentiation. So differentiation, what does it aim? It is aiming at focusing on uniqueness, setting a company apart through innovation, quality, or brand. So in this approach, the company is focusing on design, the company is focusing on the features, the quality of the product, the technology, the customer service. Any of these things could be a differentiating factor कि आपकी company एक superior value provide कर रही है customer को than the competitor. So again, if I talk about successful differentiation, it requires a lot of investment in my research and development, marketing, and again, there has to be an unwavering commitment to quality. So example of differentiation can be Apple. It is focusing on innovative design, user experience. Nike, it is also focusing on brand image, high performance of the athletic products, and it has exemplified successful differentiation strategies. Now, the third kind of strategy is a focus strategy. So, a focus strategy could be a focus differentiation strategy or a focus cost leadership. अगर हम ये कॉस्ट लीडरशिप और डिफरेंशिएशन की बात करते हैं, तो यहाँ पे एक हम लार्जर मार्केट, एक ब्रॉडर मार्केट को फोकस करने की बात कर रहे हैं. फोकस में वी आर targeting a specific market or a niche market, and we are trying to tailor our product, services, or marketing efforts to that segment's unique needs. So it can either be done through cost differentiation or through your cost low cost leadership or differentiation. But इस केस में हमारी जो market होगी, that would be narrower, that would be a niche market. So again, there are certain advantages like customer loyalty, diminished competition, and fulfilling distinctive customer requirement. But at the same time, if I am focusing on a smaller market, तो हो सकता है market size कम हो, customer की जो preferences हैं, they keep on shifting. So again, that could be a disadvantage for me. So an example of company जिसने focus strategy किया, that is Lululemon. So Lululemon is focusing on niche market of premium athletic apparels and yoga inspired clothing. So they have tailored their product and brand image to cater to the fitness enthusiasts who are seeking high quality active wear. So this was the Potter's generic strategy, very important. Again, from your examination point of view and for your overall understanding also. So cost leadership, offering products and service at a lower price than the competitors. Differentiation, providing unique and distinct product and service in the market. Cost focus, concentrating on cost leadership within a target market. Differentiation focus, focusing on delivering differentiated products or service within a specific market. So again, जो भी हम strategy use करें, whatever strategy that we are using, it requires a lot of clear understanding of your target market, effective resource allocation, and alignment of activities and decisions to support the chosen strategy. Okay. Again, there are situations wherein a company is again not willing to focus on just one strategy and it keeps on fiddling between all the three strategies. So according to Potter, he says that there is a lot of issues in the middleman conundrum strategy wherein there are certain risks which are associated with it. Now overall, there are also certain risks which are associated with all kinds of strategy. So first we will discuss the risk associated with cost leadership. So first risk is new technologies may render existing investments and processes outdated, eroding the cost advantage. Second, the rivals, they can easily copy the cost efficient methods, nullifying the competitive advantage which I was getting as a cost leader advantage. Rising inputs, labor or resource cost can squeeze profit margins and undermine the low cost position. Differentiation के साथ क्या क्या risk associated होते हैं? Customers may switch to cheaper alternatives if the price premium becomes too high. Again, customer market preferences, market trends could be changing, and it can reduce the appeal of your distinguishing features. And again, there are chances of being copied. Focus strategy risk associated. Again, larger competitors may target the niche market with their resources and economies of scale, challenging the focused firm's position. And if the preference of the niche market coverage with the broader market, then focused firm may lose its specialization advantage. Other companies may identify subsegments within the niche and tailor their offerings, segmenting the focused firm market. So these were the risk associated with the competitive firm. So again, we can say that Potter's competitive strategy, they are offering a roadmap for the competitive advantage through the three strategies of cost leadership, differentiation or focus. And the companies should understand their target market, their the company should understand their target market, their effective resource allocation to basically dwell on the set strategy and understand the strategy per se. Okay. So this was about Potter's generic strategy, which is again very important from your examination point of view. Any doubt in that? Any doubt in Potter's generic strategy? Now we would be moving on to the last part of the syllabus. We have talked about the basics of competition. We have talked about the various tools, analysis, strategies, lot of tools, lot of models, and try to implement them. Now we are going to talk about the various strategies which a firm can take up. Okay, क्या क्या strategies firm करती है to outwit the competitors, to make the competitors grow. उस types of strategy को कि हम कैसे strategy बनाते हैं, कैसे competition derive करते हैं, we are going to study those. So first and foremost, we need to analyze the competitors. So अभी तक हमने पढ़ा था, हमें अपने पहले हमें एक इंटरनल एनालिसिस करना होता है, एक्सटर्नल एनालिसिस करना होता है, देन वी शुड बिल्ड ऑन मेकिंग आवर ओन स्ट्रैटेजीज। हमें कॉम्पिटिटर्स की स्ट्रैटेजीज को भी अंडरस्टैंड करना होता है, खुद की स्ट्रेंथ्स वीकनेसेस, खुद कॉम्पिटिटर्स की स्ट्रेंथ्स और वीकनेसेस को भी हमें डिफाइन करना हो सकता है। Now, the next task that I need to do after analyzing each and everything through the various tools, now I need to define and make my competitive strategies. So, जो हमारी firms होती हैं, they are divided into different categories on the basis of the role that they are playing in the target market. So I can be a market leader, I can be the firm that enjoys the highest market share among the competitor. फिर होता है market challenger. The market challenger is the competitor who normally enjoys the second position in the market share, and it can also pose a challenge to the market leader to gain a further market share. Then we have the market follower. Market follower is the competitor who is normally behind the market leader and the market challengers. And then we have the market nichers. Market nichers are the competitors that serve a small market segments that are often overlooked by the firms, which are overlooked by the larger firms. So each and every firm, whether it is a market leader, whether it is a market challenger, whether it is a market follower or a market nicher, they have to follow a specific trend in the market and they have to follow specific strategy. So सबसे पहले we will discuss the competitive strategies for market leaders. So all the industries that we talk about, all the industries, they have a market leader and he enjoys the largest market share in the relevant product category. So normally the market leader, he leads the other firms in respect of price changes, product modifications, introductions, distribution coverage, promotional activities. And some of the market leaders, अगर हम इंडिया की बात करें, we have Colgate for toothpaste, Maruti Udyog for cars, Nokia for cell phones, Cadbury's for chocolates, and so on. So as to remain on number one in the market leader first must expand on the total market, defend the current market share, and increase the current market share. So what are the strategies for expanding the current market share? So first and foremost, we can So first and foremost, how do we increase the current market share? We can add on the new users. So every product, it has the potential of attracting a new user who may be aware of the product or may not be resisting, but he might be resisting the product due to its high price or lack of certain features. So a company may resort to the following strategies. First is the market penetration strategy, जो भी हमने answer of matrix में पढ़ी है. Then we can look for the new market segment strategy, geographical expansion strategy. Then we can develop certain new uses for the product itself. So markets can be expanded by identifying and promoting new products and uses for the subjects. For example, chewing gum manufacturers can promote the chewing gum as good for gums or teeth sweetener or mouth freshener. So basically positioning or repositioning your product as something new. More usage. Companies can expand the current market by encouraging more usage of the product, and usage can be increased by increasing the quantity of consumption or increasing the frequency of consumption. Okay, so for instance, tea board, coffee board, and wine manufacturers and other highlight certain benefits for their promotional campaigns. Now the second aspect is defending the current market share. तो हम अपना current market share कैसे identify कैसे defend कर सकते हैं? So market leader, he should continuously monitor the activities of the competitors so as to defend its market share. It could also make an analysis on the customer's requirement vis-a-vis the market offering in terms of product quality, price, service, etc. So in satisfying customers' requirement, a distinction must be made between a responsive marketing and an anticipative marketing and creative marketing. So responsive marketing finds a stated need and fills it, right? And an anticipative marketer anticipates customer future needs. And a creative marketer innovates the product which customers did not ask for. So therefore, the market leaders must adopt anticipative and creative marketing techniques in order to defend their market share. They may adopt defensive strategies in the area of product design, pricing, promotion. Okay. Now, there are 6 defensive strategies which, according to Mr. Philip Kotler, a market leader can use. First is the position defense. So, it involves building a superior brand power and making the brand almost non-attackable. For example, Nescafe has defended its marketing position by using this strategy. Then we have the flank defense. Now, what is a flank defense? Flank defense means the market leader should erect outposts to protect a weak front or to serve as a base for counterattack. For example, if a leader is attacked by a low-priced brand, it might introduce a new low-priced brand to fight the attackers. Okay. So जो हमारा weak point है उसको हमारे को बचा के रखना है और हम अगर उससे अटैक हो गए तो हमारे को रिस्पॉन्ड करना है with a similar brand. Then we have a preemptive defense. So preemptive defense is a more aggressive move to attack before a competitor moves to attack you. So again, the market leader, he might introduce a series of products that can send signals to dissuade competitors from attacking. The firm may resort to heavy promotions, which the potential attackers may not be able to match. Then we have the counter-offensive defense. Counter-offensive defense में क्या होता है? A market leader may launch a counter-attack when they are attacked. Preemptive में हमने पहले से ही अटैक किया था. Counter-offensive में हम अटैक करते हैं when we are attacked. So an effective move to invade the attacker's main territory so that it will have to pull back its resources to defend its territory. Then we have the mobile defense. Mobile defense में the market leader may expand into newer territories which can serve as future centers for defense and offense. So the market leader may go on broadening and they can go on for market diversification जैसा हमने आंसर ऑफ मैट्रिक्स में पढ़ा था. थर्ड तरीका होता है मार्केट शेयर को इंक्रीज करना. So market leaders, they should make all possible efforts to increase the market share. However, gaining the market share might not always result into higher profits which the firms can get. So because of this, they should also look for all these things. So these were the strategies for the market leaders that are there in the company, that are there in the organization. Okay. Then we have the market. What are the strategies for the market challengers? So again, the market challengers, they attack the market leaders and other competitors in a bid to increase their market share. So इनकी क्या क्या strategies होती हैं? First is they have to define the strategic objectives and the opponents. So first is attack the market leader strategy, which is a high risk strategy, but it can again lead to the high payoff. Also attack similar small firms, especially that do not perform well. There are all the firms which are not doing their marketing jobs well. Also, then they can choose a general attack strategy like a frontal attack, whereby the attacker matches its competitor marketing mix, and it may even become more aggressive by price cuts, aggressive advertising, and also आप आगे से ही जाके इनको attack कर रहे हो. Flank attack, wherein the competitor weak areas are targeted. So a flank attack, it can be attacked aligned to two strategic dimensions, geographic and segmental. So under geographic dimension, the challenger may cater effectively to those areas which the leader has not given much importance to. And again, जो उसका दूसरा होता है geographic, and then we have the segment, and it can also टारगेट दो सेगमेंट्स जहां पे आपके कॉम्पिटिटर ने आपके जो मार्केट लीडर है उस पे अटैक नहीं किया हुआ. देन वी हैव द एनसर्कलमेंट अटैक. It is an attack where the challenger with superior resources, it is making aggressive moves to make to attack a larger market share of the competitors. So again, it can have encircle attacks on various fronts like the product's quality, price, promotion, and distribution. Then we have the bypass attack strategy, wherein the challenger attacks easier markets to increase the market share. They can diversify into unrelated markets, new geographical markets. They can replace the existing technology with the newer technology. Also, then the strategies for the market followers. So several firms prefer to follow rather than challenge the competitors. So market followers may imitate the moves of leader relating to the marketing mix. So they represent similar offers to the buyers which the leader does. This is especially true in the case of FMCG, chemical industry, etc. So these kind of strategies are relevant in areas or industries where